Good morning, good afternoon, traders. I hope at this time you can hear me. Please let me know if the sound is okay. Hi, Lee. Good morning. Hi, Pantera. Good morning to you. Brian, nice to see you. Team Clifton, Scott, DVG, welcome everyone. YouTube traders. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone had a beautiful, great weekend, relaxing, and you are recharged to start the month of June. So 1 month of the year again ended, traders, and we are already in June. Unbelievable. And I really hope that your May month, it was just so green as the market. Indeed, because as you can see, we had an incredible, strong month of June. This was another stronger month, I would say, and let's in May, sorry, maybe in June we will see that as well. But now is the big question coming whether the market can continue this beautiful run since the reversal, which just started around the beginning of April and of March. So let's see how we do continue with the market. But so far, nice green pushback. But again, we are just starting into the red. Thanks again to the tariffs news, but we are going to get into this details soon. Hi, Sharko. Good morning, and nice to see you, Dor. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to see you, Marco. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, guys. So as always, I'm just going to start with the preparation session for the week, for the month, for the months. Yes, for the months as well, but especially for the day. Today actually is the 2nd of June, first trading day of June. I'm really going to make my my best try to make it green as just the last trading day of May. It was incredibly green here for us in the test trading group with 3 winners. I had a really nice Friday, and I hope I can just rinse and repeat it today. Also today we will get some economic news traders, and this is going to be first of all 9:45 the final manufacturing PMI. After that 10 o'clock ISM manufacturing PMI and prices plus construction spending, and bunch of FOMC member speakers, Logan starting at 10:15, 12:45 GUSB, and here comes Powell speaking at 1 p.m. traders, and everyone is waiting for him for sure. Indeed, because actually I've just read that I think she was Waller who was just speaking about that she is ready to see multiple rate cuts for the year. Well, let's see if it's going to happen, or even Powell is going to say anything about that, but we don't know yet. All right, let's see what else we are going to see on the economic front this week, traders. So tomorrow is going to be the jobs job openings and factory orders. So this is going to be the labor market week, by the way, traders. Wednesday, as I've told you, labor market. So more labor market news going to be released, like ADP non-farm employment change, plus even ISM services PMI. Thursday, the good old unemployment claims, as always, trade balance. No, it's Canada, sorry, in the US as well. Trade balance, and as I see, bunch of FOMC member speakers again. And Friday is the big labor market news day for sure, with the non-farm employment change unemployment rate coming. So very exciting week it's ahead, and I wish you a beautiful green one. So what else in the news? As I mentioned you, the market is starting in a little red, actually not too many into the green side on my watch list, but I see mRNA, for example, good news on another COVID vaccine, unfortunately, which is not that good news, but what can we do? They just, I think they made a vaccine for the elderly, like 65 plus, a new one. Then, as I see, even the oil is jumping, oil stocks at least, XOM, CVX is green on my list. BABA, Chinese stocks are in green, and AMD, among the big names, AMD is the only one which is holding nicely nicely green with 0.59% plus, Coin, Humana, and PepsiCo. The rest of it is red. Also, NVIDIA is not that red, 0.13%. And if I'm just going to the big indices, especially the indices ETF like SPY and Triple Q, SPY is down 0.34%, and Triple Q is even lower with 0.46%. And why it is happening? What has happened again on the market? Well, first of all, Trump's latest steel tariffs, which is going to go for 50%, inflate EU trade tensions, unfortunately, and European auto stocks just fall, not just the European ones, but even General Motors and the rest. But we are going to talk about this in the big movers. Plus, indeed, a little bit more fight between China and Trump again on the trade talk side, because Trump was just, he just told that the Chinese part of these trade talks, they just violated the rules or the engagement what they made in Switzerland. And of course China just made a trump on it, like they thought that no, they were not the one who made this violence, it was Trump. So things are not looking good again, guys, and the clock is ticking. Time is passing away like a speed train, because July is here almost. And what does it mean? Well, every tariffs is just postponed till July, and they need to sit down and talk. So, well, Houston, we have a problem again, unfortunately. So that means that another talk, it's hopefully in the air. At least Besant talked about this, that he is going to be on in this week on this agenda, that they will need to somehow to sit down again to the same table, I mean Trump and Xi Jinping, and let's see what's going to happen there. First of all, we need this meeting. Second, the outcome of the meeting is going to shape the markets again. Traders, this is definitely is just causing triggers, some more fear, uncertainty, and this is what we see on the market, not even mentioning the 50% of the tariffs, steel tariffs, which is not a good news at all. All right, what else here? China counters Trump's accusation, as I've told you, of Geneva trade deal violations, says US undermining the consensus and not them. So as I've told you again, back to the kindergarten. Okay, guys, what else in here in the market watch? Well, as I mentioned you, Fed's Waller, she was just speaking about sees a path to multiple interest rate cuts this year indeed. So this is going to be a good one, at least for the economy. Also, I think the Fed still needs to see some quite of a confirmation for that before they are going to make the first, at least the first rate cut. And this is going to happen definitely after this labor market week, and even next week is going to be the CPI and PPI as well. Okay, traders. Hi, Todd. Buenos días. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to see you. Just a second, traders. One sec. Okay. All right. So what else in here? One minute, traders. Sorry for that. Okay. All right, traders. So what else in here? As I've told you, this is not the worst, at least, news for the market. So maybe the Fed is going to save this rally. Well, we will see that, and definitely we are going to get more message on that, or more signals, hopefully, from the Fed Chair Powell this afternoon. Oil prices jumped despite OPEC Plus announcing another sharp production hike. As I've told you, that I really see some really nice strengths in the oil stocks, that they are going to go on my long list. Okay, guys, if you have any questions in the meantime, please just let me know. Here is my email address if you want to address it personally to me, here it is. And please don't forget that this is the last day of the TAF's summer sale. So if you are into challenges or funded accounts and you are not US or an Israeli citizens, because unfortunately we are not able to provide funded account packages, but about that, everyone else welcome, and please just check out our site, sign in, and in this case you will see the great hot summer sale. Summer is here and the market is moving, so let's just jump on it. If you have any questions, I am here for you to ask anything. Okay, guys, if you have any great candidates on the list, I would be really grateful to see that as well indeed. All right, guys. What else in here? International news. Oil giant. Yes, Trump-backed nationalist. It's not that important. It's just Europe, which is important indeed. I'm living in Europe as well. Asia Pacific markets, they just pulled back again on this steel tariffs and this turbulence again between US and China trade talks, unfortunately. So not the best mood to start the June, but indeed we are still just starting the month, so hopefully it's going to improve. Thanks to that rumors, as I've told you, Asia is just back 1.30% on the Nikkei, 0.57 on the Hang Seng. Also, surprisingly, BABA is leading the green move here higher, and Europe it's quite mixed, but rather to the red side, 0.44 on the DAX, so not a great start. Let's see whether the market is going to find a reversal after the opening bell. So guys, still stocks definitely on my list. For example, X, Cleveland Cliffs, and Nucor. All of them are just moving a direction indeed, because steel companies just soared after President Donald Trump doubled tariffs on the metal to 50% from 25. So CLF on that news, it's up 22%. It's a quite of a lower price stock, but it can move indeed. And UE is higher, and Steel Dynamics, it's up 11% as well. Viral, I'm just going to check it. Hopefully we can trade it in the test platform. Yes, this is a therapeutic stock, so I assume this is a buyout or an FDA approval. Only these are the two scenarios when these therapeutic stocks are jumping. Very nice move indeed, huge bumper. Hopefully it's not going to be, pumper. Hopefully it's not going to be a dumper. So let's just be careful with that. But I agree with you, Todd. We should watch it in the secondary list. BPMC, Pantera. Let's just check it. This can be a gap and go. Let me just check it. BPMC. Blueprint Medicines. Let me just check my list here. Do we have any news about the Blueprint? Oh, yeah. Biopharma stock rallied here 27 after it struck an agreement to be acquired by Sanofi. So in this case, Pantera, at least my experience by the buyout or bought out company stocks, that usually after the opening bell is just not moving anywhere. Unfortunately, I would say it can be easily the case here as well. I'm not sure it's going to be like 100%, but I would say in the majority of the cases, unfortunately, it does not tend to move higher because the deal is done, the party is over, and the after party is quite flat indeed. So sometimes it's just staying that flat after the market open, but we can watch it indeed. You know what? I'm just going to start the list and let's just put it on the secondary list. Hi, Alemo. Nice to see you. Good morning. Very approved for phase 3 trials. Buzak, thank you very much for your info here. I've told you, for FDA approval or some buyouts. So indeed, let's just chat or start list. So long, short, and secondary list, Vera, and this BPMC. But again, BPMC, be careful because this is a buyout. But CLF definitely should go to your long list. This is a steel stock. Just for the newcomers, the tariffs on the steel is just increased by Trump during the weekend by 50% indeed. And Nucor, Cleveland Cliffs and Steel Dynamics, and UE, and the other one is STLD. All of them are higher. As I see, Scott just put them on the list as well. Yes, thank you, Todd. It is, but as Pantera just raised it in the VIP room, we are going to check it soon. And if we are just talking about therapeutic stocks and drugs and so on, here is Moderna on the vaccine side, because Moderna and biotech as well, BioNTech, both of them are just going higher. BioNTech is going higher after Bristol Myers Squibb agreed to a multi-billion-dollar deal, including a payment on $1.5 billion upfront to partner with BioNTech. So BNTX can be an interesting one also. I must tell you, I do prefer rather Moderna if we are talking about day trade, because it's moving a bit nicer in my opinion. And as I mentioned you, it's just up as the US Food and Drug FDA indeed approved mNEX Spike, which is the next generation COVID vaccine for adults of 65 and older. Okay, the vaccine is also approved for individuals ages 12 to 64 with at least one underlying risk factor. So this is causing might on the Moderna longer run. I don't know, but if you just check the daily chart, it's quite extended to the downside. Next one on my list is CPB. Food company, 1% higher bit on the bottom and top estimates. Not too many earnings stocks today, traders. This is one of it. Quite of okay, very extended to the downside. I really like to see that when we are talking about great earnings and a good news for the stock, because that means that it can trigger some short squeeze. I don't know yet. Of course, I should check the short interest and so on. I'm not going to do it now, but this looks like as a great long candidate. NIO is here, electric with high cost, ticked up 1% after reported a nice delivery. NIO, it's a very low price stocks nowadays. It just went down a lot. So NIO, I'm going to put it to the secondary list. And Tesla, unfortunately, it is just going down because XPEV, it looks like it's going to mean a much bigger competition to Tesla as they thought. So Tesla to the short side, and indeed XPV, we can just check it to the long side. Out of stocks, as I've told you, General Motors and so on, they are just going now lower, as I mentioned you, especially because of the tariff deals. So this is going to be GM and Ford. I'm going to watch them to the short side. Okay, guys. What else here? Blueprint Medicines, we were talking about that, and I mentioned you the oil stocks, and especially as I see among the big stocks, I am watching indeed. Yeah, still AMD, which looks quite strong, and XOM and CVX oil stocks. Okay, so XOM and CVX. All right, traders. So VIP room traders, good luck for you today. I'm going to just leave you in a good hands of Scott and DVG for today, and I'm going to come back tomorrow. So have a nice green day, guys. Stay safe and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful Monday morning, start of the week. And I got to tell you something, I am so pumped to be here today. Coming off of what I would call a very, very mediocre week last week. And looking forward to turning that around today as we get into the day today. Aggie did a very good job of kind of walking you through kind of the expectations of the day today. To Pantera, that BPMC is a buyout, and it's going to be flat for the day. So I would just take it off your watch list today for that. There's better stocks out there as we get into the day today on Monday. Great to have everybody here. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to the thousands of people that join us on YouTube each and every day. Appreciate your involvement. Appreciate you being part of the greatest trading room on the planet. And why is that? Because we're focused on being green every day. Green gets the job done. It's just like tallying up your wins and losses in any sports team, whether you're watching European football, you're watching American football, baseball, whatever it is. It's a sport that's dedicated to wins and losses, and it's the same thing in trading, right? You're all focused on winning or losing, and you don't want to be a loser. You don't want to have a negative balance in your account. You want to be a winner. You want to be a green trading, and that's what we focus on here each and every day. So we'll focus on that today as we get the day started on this Monday. We'll talk about that and more. But first of all, let's talk about the futures this morning, where we're going to start with Asian, and Aggie summarized that pretty well. Nikkei down 494, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 132, and the Shanghai and China down 16. Europe still in session now. German DAX down 120. FTSE in the UK is the only market that's up. They're up 5 points, and the CAC 40 in Paris is down 40. So you've got one market up, 5 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures this morning, and that's exactly what's happening here. Dow futures down 116. S&P futures down 18 3/4. NASDAQ futures down 96 3/4. Setting you up for a red open today. Oil's up $2.85 per barrel, 63.64 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, you're up $66, 66 bucks per troy ounce to 33.55 per troy ounce, up 2%, up over 2%, 2.01% higher. Silver's up $1, that's 3.17% higher. Copper's up, platinum's down, and palladium is up pretty big, about 2.5%, 24.40 to 9.93 on palladium. So stock futures coming down as global trade tensions rise, and that's really just with China, and we just haven't had that. We haven't had that get together yet, and you get through that with President Trump. Steel stocks in the news today, surging after Trump doubles his steel tariffs on anything coming into the country. So that means that the U.S. steel manufacturers are going to be up. Cleveland Cliffs to be one of them. CLF this morning up pretty handsomely. Stock closes at $5.80. It's up to $7.22. That stock's on my radar to go higher. We'll talk about that and more. Boeing with an upgrade this morning on BA. We can watch that stock as we get into the day today. That stock looks great over the 210 mark. We'll probably put that right here where DJT is. But I'm going to also try to get DJT over here as well. I like UNH as well today, but DJT is one of the ones I'm watching. So let's get into that and a little bit more here this morning as we get going. And oh, there we go. And as we start to look at these stocks here, we've got about 5 minutes to go here this morning before we open up. I'm going to post a few trades here that I like this morning, but before we do that, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Lee, good morning. Brian, good morning to you. Mark, good morning. Jennifer, good morning. Good morning. Clifton. Yep, last day of the TEF summer sale today, for sure. Pantera, good morning. Steve, good morning. Ryan, good morning. Darren, what do you say? Seth, good morning. Dan, good morning. Ash, great to have you. Good to see you here this morning. Anita, good morning to you. Okay, let's talk some stocks here this morning. Some stocks I like here this morning. This Cliff CLF in the steel industry here this morning. I'm going to post this CLF this morning. We're going to take this long. It's going to be right at 720, right where it is right now. So we'll keep an eye on that this morning. $7.20 Cliff long in the steelmaker. And then my UNH trade 305 this morning. I like this. I'm going to put the hammer down on this. Hopefully we get this stock to run today. We had a little bit of a run last week that I played. UNH this morning 305 is I think this stock is going to 320 and above as it starts to recover from all the poor news that it's had. And then thirdly this morning, I've got a trade here on Boeing, and this is a BA trade with the upgrade this morning. BA trade over 210. It's right there right now. We'll keep an eye on Boeing. And then last but not least this morning, I like the DJT trade. It's kind of flat this morning, but 2150. I'll pull this stock over here so you can see it. There's a couple of stocks out there that you could also use. This NUE, I like that stock. But DJT, that's flat right now with low to no volume. This stock got a little giddy up yesterday or on Friday here. I like it over the 2160. I'll set an alarm for that this morning, but 2160 to the upside here. This is going to be DJT. Donald J. Trump, 2160 here this morning as they start to diversify into crypto. You could also play NVDA this morning. That looks good. I'm watching STLD, which is a steel stock that's got no volume, and we're going to go from there. Jeff, good morning to you. Traders, be sure to post the trades, your watch list, anything that you're looking at this morning. You know, we try to focus in on a handful of stocks. Everybody's got some different things that they're looking at. So share that. That's what the community is all about as we prepare for this Monday. We've got a full week of trading this week, and I'm looking forward to trading with everybody. Should be great. We've got Amir seems to be in the house this morning. Good morning to Amir. We've got DVG going to be here today. So we should have a full staff here. Aggie's manning the YouTube station. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody. Amir, how are you? Welcome back.
Scott. Hey, traders.
Saw a couple of pictures of you.
Maybe I got some Scottish accent.
Yeah, I saw that. That or your liver is burned out from all the whiskey.
I don't like whiskey, but I drink a lot of gin and beer. That's for sure. Beautiful people, really. Beautiful states. Amazing, you know.
Yeah.
It's tough, you know. We did like in 6 days, 96 miles. And
Wow.
then we went to the capital, you know, Edinburgh. For beautiful, and very kind people. Really.
That's
Love it.
awesome.
Love
Awesome.
it.
The way it should be, right?
Yeah. Beautiful.
Good. Well, what are you looking at this morning?
So I posted. I'm watching Tesla, Nvidia, DKNG, and of course I'm watching your CLF, you know, for small cap. And there was a crazy one on the pre-market, LYRA. So I will try to see if the craziness will continue. I just wrote myself, you know, the places where it hit on the pre-market.
Wow, it goes from
Who knows?
6 to 20 something, 30 something, right?
Somebody did a lot of money in the pre-market, Scott. Yeah,
Yeah, really.
yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I just pulled that up. That's crazy.
Yeah, from 5 to 35, you know, like 30 point, like 600%. If you had the right information, you're done for the day, for the year, for the who knows.
Yeah, really, for the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just had a 50-1 split as well.
Wow.
Good morning, y'all. Amir, welcome back.
Hey, what's up?
Okay, let's see here.
I have a feeling we're going to go sideways today.
Kind of
We do have
thought
Jerome
that
Powell
too,
at 1
but we'll
o'clock,
see.
though. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Jerome has to say at 1 o'clock. So I'll probably be taking it easy this morning. We do have some global manufacturing PMI data coming out this morning around 9:45 and 10. But other than that, I'm going to be waiting for 1 o'clock realistically to be putting on the bulk of my trades. But I am watching Tesla, Lira with their 50-1 split that happened on May 28th, I think it was. And now seeing it up 500%, pretty wild. Your CoreWeave looking pretty good this morning.
CRWD.
Yeah, and then I'm noticing a double top in Goldman Sachs, so I may be tempted to short that. Also worth noting, Moderna got awarded some FDA approvals.
CRWV, that's an amazing stock.
Yep. Look at the daily on the
Yeah, believe me, I know the daily because I missed when it went back down to around 30 something. I told everybody, but I forgot to do something and just did double bottom, and then from there, wow.
Okay, traders, we are open for business here this morning. I'm going to pick up some cliff right away here. Anything over 720, and I'll be in this
Palantir.
CLF trade.
Long Palantir here.
And I'm going to take a long on DJT here this morning, 2120, and see if we can get in here before that. Then we can add at 2160 going forward here. UNH looking great this morning. I love UNH. I don't know why, but it's taken me to the dance here this morning or for this past week. So 305, I'm long the stock right now. I'm going to add at 306, and hopefully this stock just burns to the upside this morning. No trade DJT. And watch Cliff for the entry. CLF.
Tempted on Google here.
Watch 720. Going to go full share size to start CLF. $7 stop loss here. Looking for 740 top. Come on, UNH. Don't disappoint, baby.
Palantir, let's go. New all-time high coming. Let's see if we get the breakout now. CoreWeave. Did anybody take that? I think it just took off.
Yeah, I did not, but man, it's going blast off, right? So did NVDA.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on Cliff CLF, and I'm long
I'm gonna
UNH.
short Google here.
UNH add at 306.
Short Google.
Maybe we can nibble 7, Scott. Maybe some point. I want to see the volume now. Maybe 702, 3. Maybe
Let's
a
see if it
third.
breaks under it.
Yeah.
Let's see if it breaks under.
I bought now for 30%. My stop
I'm coming
gonna
in with you
be my stop gonna be 698. So if it's drop 7, I'm gonna lose 7 cents on 30%.
Yep,
And like
I'm in
Scott, yeah, I'm
with
Scott
Adding
like
Palantir.
721, full position and even more.
Yep.
Because 7 was a good support on the pre. DKNG.
AVGO
Watch
ripping.
The ad's going to be at 720 here. UNH blast off here. Full share size UNH. Watch the top now. I'm going to pull this DKT out.
DKNG over the high, above 34.05. Stop gonna be 25 cents. Like the low of the day, 27 cents, something like DKNG.
Okay, it's going to be 307. I'll add again at 307. 307 will be the break of the pre-market or post-market on Friday. So watch the
Palantir.
307 here.
Palantir
looking
looks
great.
great.
Full share size, extra full share size now at 307. Target 308. Go, baby, go. Go, 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 go.
Waiting for a pullback on AVGO to go long, but I might be too late. AMD looks great too here, 112.
60 cents to go UNH. Straight up like a rocket ship. Go, baby, go. 40 cents to go. Come on. 20 cents to go. 308 target. 308 target UNH. 18 cents to go UNH. .308 target right there. Boom. 308 out.
Nice.
Woo-wee.
Very
Man,
nice.
that was nice. Extra full share size on the UNH trade, like a rocket ship straight up.
Yeah, I think
Three-quarters of the trade out.
310 is going to be the push on UNH.
Beautiful. Yep, I agree with you. I think that stock has got 320 written on it this week. Hopefully the market helps it.
Tesla 346.50 short, dollar stop, high of the day. Under 346, I'm gonna write here.
Watch this 720.
346.50.
We're going to add the extra full share size on CLF as well. Go UNH, go. Don't stop here.
It's $1 stop. Under 346.50. Not there yet. I want to see now breaking the 34.60.50.
Huge push this morning, but be careful. Look left. Approaching highs of session on Friday. So do we start to push higher or find some sellers?
trader in Tesla is canceled. I'm still watching it.
Oh, we got
CLF
309 UNH. 200 more shares out UNH, 200 to go UNH.
CLF still looking good.
Come on, Amir, buy that $50,000 or 50,000 share deal.
I
on
don't
Click.
like those kind of consolidation at the opening, you know, because I
Yeah.
want to see the guys coming immediately. This is why I put 30%. Don't like it. I have a stop like 2 cents under 7. Don't want to spend time on this.
I'm with you too. 698, I'll come out.
Yeah,
Actually, break a 7, we should just be out of it, really.
yeah.
Look at UNH. 310. There you go, DVG. Two big candles and stretching in a big way here. 200 shares left UNH.
You were very confident in that trade.
Yeah,
before.
very much so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Q's looking like they're going to continue to push here, but again, keep it on the left. Watching AVGO, see how far back we could pull it so I could get in there.
Tesla under 347. If it's breaking now, get in. Stop is $1. I want to see it breaking 347.
I just looked yesterday. I had a very good profitable month in the month of May. And hopefully we start off June here with a bang.
It was the best May I read lots of years. Like, I don't know if it's 30, 40 years. Like May, this May.
Wow. Good for you.
Yeah. No, I mean the market, not for me.
Oh.
For me it was okay, but not the best, really. Like, I had better.
Yeah, it wasn't the best for me either, but I had a really good profitable month, which is strong here. And we continue to move the market, hopefully in the right direction. NASDAQ's now up 40 points. Dow's petering here, down 170. I don't know where to come out of UNH.
Let it run.
Like I said, I'm gonna. I've got no exposure really. I got 200 shares. I've already got nice big profit on an extra full size share trade on UNH, and I think. Well,
she's stretching
we'll
now.
See. I might just swing trade the couple hundred shares here. Why not? I have this confident feeling like we're going to see 320.
Okay, still
Boeing
in CLF.
like it's going to move.
Watching Tesla.
AVGO couldn't even get in on a pullback. There's zero pullback. It's just straight up.
Okay, DJT 2120, 2120 DJT long 2120.
LYRA above
She's now taking
33,
off.
$1 stop. LYRA, the crazy one from the pre-market, over the high 33,
Okay, here's the
$1
DJT
stop.
trade.
Okay, LYRA, boom.
Look at UNH. Wow.
$1.50. Okay, LYRA. Good. Up. I'm raising my stop under the entry. Need to go immediately. LYRA.
312, I think, is where UNH starts getting a pullback here, but still has room all the way back up to 330.
Okay. I saw 36 on the pre-market in LYRA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let it go, baby.
Yeah. Let's see if we get 2 points.
I'm waiting. Cliff here. I'm full share size, actually extra full share size. This thing has got to go.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for much, maybe 740 with the share size I have, but this is good.
It got to almost 8 on the pre-market. So if the buyers are coming, they're coming.
Jeez, look at this push. Okay.
Tesla, guys. Tesla in under 347.
Okay, UNH had that difficulty, like DVG was saying, right at the 312 mark.
Okay, guy, halt. LYRA is halted. Okay.
To the upside.
Yeah. That's good. I have a stop, I told you, under my entry. 33. Not going to lose there nothing. I just want to gain. Probably if I stop is $1. Let's say 36 was the
Short
previous
GS.
high. Let's do it.
I think I'm going to tuck that UNH 200 shares into my wallet here and just hold on to it. Unless we get down to like 304, 305 or something like that and the bottom comes out. But I think I'm going to hold on to this for a few days. Why not? 740 target CLF. 740 target CLF. Great call on the CLF trade so far, Amir. Because I was going to wait to get in, but you kind of prompted me.
No. We need to buy in pieces. It's good sometimes. Yeah, it's good. Okay, DKNG, nothing is doing.
Shorting
Still
coin
watching
here.
it. Tesla, guys. Good.
Getting
Let's
out
see
of
if we can get
PLTR here.
2 points. I want to see if it breaking 345. Looking good. It's Tesla. It's good to come back, trade. What I'm doing, and I did last year a lot because I was traveling. I'm doing, like a version of swings. I'm watching triggers on 30, 60, and daily. I'm putting trigger, with a stop and the targets, and it went pretty well, but it's not the same passion, when you do trading live, in 1, 2 minutes. It's not the same. If CLF is doing kind of a bull flag. If we break 731, hopefully we're gonna get to the 8.
Now 312, now busting out here, chasing 313. I mean, you may get 320 today. Heck, I don't know. 5 cents to go CLF.
It's nice
Yes,
about
yeah.
it. It's the daily potential there, Scott. If you
Yep.
break in there's so much until you get into the gap. It's around 342, and then there's so many institutional there, so it's a huge potential.
CRWV traders, I'm coming in at 120. Thank you, Seth. Here's the CRWV trade. Let's put it where DJT is. Well, I'm in DJT though too. Hold on. Target DJT is going to be 2160. Still in UNH. I'll put it where Marna is, okay? I'll put CRWV right here because I'm coming in here. 120.
How much is Marna now, Scott?
Marna is trading at what, 27 bucks?
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Where's the good Corona days for Marna?
Right.
Gone with the wind.
I mean, 312 today on UNH. If it holds here, like into the close today, like Amir says, this stock could be, there's no telling where it could go. I mean, like you said, 340.
Yeah, it's the okay. LYRA is open, and 36. I got some 3/4. Stop is under my entry. 33. Got to 33.11. This is why you need to put a limit order, especially in those kind of crazy ones. Look at LYRA. It just got to 37.50. I put 36. So I got 36, maybe 10. I don't have problem that I kind of a
myth. Watch it turn and go up another 3 points or so.
Who knows? But that's with those kind of stocks, I always push a limit for the target and definitely for stop because it's too fast. You just can't handle this. Just can't.
Wow, now 313 on UNH.
Yeah, the chart is showing Pantera, so maybe you don't see in and out. Usually it's the easiest way to handle those. Tesla, guys, somebody took Tesla? We're exactly 2 points in the money. Taking some profit, first one. 1 to 2. And stop is above my entry. Yeah. So it's a good start. I don't like with CLF those kind of it's too much nothing. Oh, LYRA, guys. I still have quarter. Scott, can you put LYRA?
Yeah, sure. I've got it right here on my other screen. I can just slide it over here.
Start creating a nice bull flag, and wow, those guys.
Watch the 38. Like takes off 30. It'll be nice.
38. I'm gonna put like another 1.8. Just put 39.80. So I want to see the 40 round number, so maybe a little bit under. So that's place I'm putting for extra partial. Okay, CLF start. We had a new high, but look at this. It's kind of don't like it.
Yeah, I know I'd be taking profits on LYRA, boy.
Yeah. Tesla 3-point, guys.
Thing is scary.
Looking amazing. 3-point in Tesla. Beautiful.
Okay, 740 target CLF. Second trade of the day. And CRWV pulling back now. I'm going to come into CRWV right here, traders. Right here on CRWV. I'm going to pull in at 117. I'll reposition my call here. Let's see, delete this message. Okay, and I'll come in here at CRWV 117. Okay, small share size right here, right now, long the stock.
DKNG.
We'll add at 118. We'll add at 118.
And stop gonna be 20 cents. Still watching DKNG. To test a partial, LYRA partial, and out. Yeah, last quarter out under my entry. So good.
Come on. Cliff, you're holding me down. CRWV stop loss will be 115. And 2080 on DJT. Very surprised at CRWV right now, but that's okay. Got a little room here to go. really waiting on Cliff CLF. Nice move UNH up.
Wow, Tesla. Wow. Almost 7 point, guys. Somebody took the Tesla short. 6 something point. Taking another partial.
I'm surprised DVG's not on now.
Yeah.
Boeing pulling down now. I like Boeing here too.
You changed your microphone, Scott?
No, did it change?
No, I mean in the last when I was not here, it's the same.
Same thing, yep.
Yes, it sounds much more clear.
Good, good.
Or maybe you did something with your voice.
Yeah, my voice is a lot more clear now.
Yeah.
Tesla, look at that burning to the downside.
Yeah.
Nasdaq's down 53. Dow's almost down 300 this morning.
That's like the
CRWV's
perfect formation, guys. Bear
hanging
flag,
in there, CRWV.
support of the 9 above. Boom shakalak. Good, Jeff. Good. Good. It was kind of, you go back and watch. So in information, you just can't. And see the bars after. It broke the bell flag. Under the view up, stop above the 9 EMA, which included the close of Friday, like so many checks into your favorites. The only thing is just, take partials, but hold it, some, because
UNH coming back down too now. My day is kind of teetering on Cliff and CRWV now. Cliff, we just get that over 740, I'll be a happy camper because I'll take a partial, believe it or not, right there at 740 break.
I know, Scott, 710, I'm going to reduce half position, stop under 7. I'm not going to give it. I have average around 712.
I mean, we've got money made on it. Why not take it?
Yeah, but because I don't like what's happened right now, like I don't like those kind of games.
Dow now down 317 points. Nasdaq 55. Come on, Cliff, CLF, let's go. DVG, are you still here with us?
Right, good boy, CLF 8. That's the place I want to get to. CLF 8.
Go. We'd like to see it just over 740 here and starting to take off. Good volume still in the stock.
Yeah. Okay, now the volume start kicking, Scott. Now the volume. We have 744. I was waiting for this. Good. Wow, Tesla, guys. In about dollar something, it's going to be 10 points in Tesla. On $1 stop. That's the power of the last portion, guys. Think about it. You have a quarter. let's say you risk $100. So now your last quarter, it's almost like 2 point something risk units. So you have 200 and something dollars on your last quarter without, taking into consideration what you already put in your pocket. So that's the power of let it go, really. Scott, if we break the 750, hopefully it's 8.
Yep, I hope you're right. Still in the CRWV trade, still in DJT,
PLD.
still in UNH.
I'm watching the others still, stocks, Scott, they're not looking good.
No,
Like I'm watching APLD, it's just going down. I'm watching X, so maybe it's not a bad idea, here to take something, I think. 'Cause let me see the volume. CLF. I did a good volume now. I'm taking, if it's breaking 744, I'm gonna take half. Yeah.
I'll do the same thing here if it comes
Yeah.
back down 740.
watching-
I'm kind of sticking in there with
I'm
it.
watching the other. Always you need to see what's the sector is doing, and I don't know what's special about CLF still, because X doesn't look amazing. APLD got to the peak earlier, but
Wow, Tesla.
Tesla 9 points, Scott.
Yeah, crazy.
9. Yeah. Okay. Another thing that you can handle the trade if you don't want to hold your finger with CLF. Let's say it's now 750 under 744. You can just do a trailing on half, 6 cents. So if it's dropped to 744, yeah, it's gonna give you some portion.
Come on, go, Cliff, go.
No, it's not.
Still in the CRWV trade, still in UNH, still in DJT. What about Boeing here, anybody? I think I'll wait till 210, but that's on my radar, BA.
Okay, Tesla taking 1.8 here. Almost 10 points, like 980, 970, who cares? Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay, CLF still full position. Yeah, it's still, yeah, there's a struggle, 750, 745, 6, yeah, 44, partial. $745, you can watch the level 2. Always buyers are coming. This is why I want to take a partial 44. Look at what's that. Coming 1745, boom, now 749.
Again, we get past 750. That's a pretty big mark in the sand here.
Yeah. It's gonna blow up, 745, it's gonna go down. 750, yeah. There is a struggle there. Okay, partial. Took a partial CLF. Again, the previous stop was really small. Like I had like 7 cent stop, and I added on the ad. I had another 10 cents on. So you get a lot of shares. I'm not compare CLF like average 30 something cents on Tesla 9 points. That was a dollar stop. Here was like few cents stop. So the quality is different. Quantity, sorry. Only stock with my pre-market list, DKNG. I didn't do nothing yet. But the rest, 3 out of 3, which is pretty good. Yeah. After a day like this, Scott, if we were together in Scotland, I will
Yeah.
buy you few IPA beer and gonna invite you to steak pie. Love
I,
steak pie.
I love it. I
They do
love it.
enough steak with, above and amazing. We could drink and eat like kings.
Okay, traders, I'm out of the CRW. Well, wait a second here. No, I'm out. I'm taking it out right here. Out CRWV. Just past my stop loss at that 115. Okay. Losing trade CRWV, winning trade on UNH, winning trade here on CLF. Just half of the CLF trade left. Now we'll see what happens here. And DJT. DJT stop will be 2080, 2080.
I'm still watching your CRV because the 1450 was a good pre-market area, and the 115 I like. You know what? I'm buying it right now. 15, maybe half position. Half position. I'm buying right now. Stop is under 11450. Yeah, half position, and I want to add above, let's say 117. I'm going to add. Yeah, it's a good level from the pre-market. Not buying full position, I'm doing the same strategy like the CLF. So I had kind of 80 cents stop on CRWV. Jeff, always we need more. That's an amazing trade, but yeah, if you can, do it with others, always think you can do more. Can you explain again why you took Tesla shorts? Definitely. I was watching Tesla from, and I put it on my list even. Give me a second. I saw what it did. It was pretty weak on the pre-market, of course. And I was watching what the market did. Look at the market, the big bars in the market when it's got above the high. And Tesla, Scott, can you put Tesla on the chart?
Yeah, I will. I'll put it right here where Boeing is. There you go.
So my first idea was 46.50 because I thought you break and I will continue the trend from the pre-market. But as you can see, it did a big bar, like the market. But after that bar, there was kind of a low, and I was watching the relevant volume. It was dropping, left a really nice candle on the close of yesterday, and that for me showed again the trades are pretty straightforward at the opening. It need to work immediately. So it's 247, the high was 248, 348. Sorry, it was a 1 point. Yeah, I wanted to see if it's coming back again, and the first candle proved to me. It was a big volume, and then broke the view up. The stop was now I lowered above the 9 EMA. There was a beautiful formation, and you could see that. Not only me talk about it, you could see, low, high, low, high, low, high in 1 minute, 2 minutes, like, just let it go. It broke the pre-market low, broke the opening low, like there's no tomorrow, even retracement, like, the language was pretty straightforward. That's it, The opening has to move. This is why, when we did the CLF, I told Scott if it's drop 710, I'm going to reduce because I don't like those kind of trades, really. I like Scott has in UNH, need to work at the opening immediately. Like you need to see the technical, but then you need to see other CDs. In UNH, you could see what happened when Scott trade. Boom, boom, boom. That's what you're looking for. I don't have patience. Um, this is our UNH for CLF, for example. I'm raising my stop under 720, with previously when it broke the high. So you always need to read the text, the chart. You need to be on top. You need to know the levels. You need to see what it did in the pre or the daily. You have to have all the information because then you can trade like a king. You know, that's the key again. Uh, don't focus on too many. You see, we are talking about the same stocks. I didn't even go others because those supply everything. So don't spread yourself. Focus. Be prepared on few stocks, and you know if they are not nothing, just look for more. But that's the key, I think. You focus. Scott was very focused before UNH. He knew exactly the levels. He knew everything, and he nailed it. You know, it's not always working, of course, but then you have a stop. That was the LYRA, you know. $33 stop, boom, 36 had order inside, 3/4. Thought gonna go to 40, came back under entry, boom, out. 3/4 gave 4 points. On 3/4 it's like 3 risk units profit. That's it, you know. The numbers are pretty clear. Don't leave something not, you know, without closure. There's no closure. In a nice Hebrew, in a nice English, you fucked up. So that's it.
Okay, on the CLF trade, we're still chugging along here. And again, it's got to get over 750. If we don't get over 750, I mean, I could let some of this go, but we'll see here. I'm going to stick in it for a little bit. CRWV looks like it's balanced out here at that 115. Hopefully it runs for you. I'm going to take another trade here on UNH. I'm going to post it here, UNH long at 308. And target on UNH will be 310. Actually 309 something here, right where that blue line is here. So if we can get into it right here at 308, we just did. Stock looks really, really good here on this pullback. Because I'm doing great, I'll take a little bit more risk. I'll go 309 to full share size, target a little over 310. I think it's risky. I think 309.50. I'll wait till 309.50, and if not, I'll take a partial there.
No direction now, Scott. It's good that we did what we did when we knew something, but now,
I think so.
Exactly like David G says, nothing happened right now.
Come on. UNH looking great. Watch that 309.54. That's where the VWAP line is, right? Darren's watching the MSTR trade, okay. Yeah, it looks really good. Still hanging in there with CLF. Come on, Cliff. CLF, let's go. Here we go. Watch 750 now. Well, I wish I was with you on that DKNG. That looks great.
I'm not there, Scott. I thought it's going to go above the view up. I'm not there.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I was not reading it correctly. At the point when I want to go it long, I had to go short.
Yep. It's a good trade on DKNG. Below the VWAP all day.
Yeah, exactly.
Heading down.
Yeah. Guys, in CRWV, I have position 116.20. Gonna get full position. Could be a new trade. Stop gonna be $1.50 on that. 116.20 on CRWV. $33.80 you took it. Yeah, in the right place. You know, I thought a few bars before that, and I didn't see that it's wants to go down. It was a good volume. I thought 3 bars on the VWAP, exactly where when it broke, you took it down. I was waiting to see if it's maybe gonna break it with a good volume up, which didn't happen. No. Just because about I saw that's you wait for the end of the candle. That candle that above him I would get long, finish low and broke that consolidation down. That I didn't watch it, but definitely it was a good candle. Show the direction. So okay, CRWV guys, 116.20. Next resistance have almost 2 points I think to the VWAP. So. I'm lowering my stop in Tesla above 339. Okay. Adding in
I'll be right
CRWV.
back.
Okay, good volume is coming in CLWV. Really good volume. Really good one. Okay, looking good. Okay, we're getting to $1 on the ad. Almost like $80 for 80, 70 from the first entry. Partial area around 118.40, 30, something like this. Raising my stop CLF 725 in the system, of course. Okay, good. CRWV. Let's see if we can break 1750. כן, נכון.
תמר כתבה לי לפני 5 דקות שאני מוזמנת להצטרף אליה, יוצאת עוד שעה להליכה, אני מוזמנת להצטרף אליה להליכה. לא נכון, נכון? לא כדאי.
לא, אנחנו צריכים לשם.
לנסוע לא אכפת לי, אבל ללכת אכפת לי.
לא, לא, לא צריכה ללכת.
זה לא נכון, גם עשיתי מתקות עד היום.
מספיק.
אני מרגישה שזרני יגיד לך שפחות מתאים לי.
כן, לא מתאים, וזהו, אל תכנסי לשיחות ארוכות. Scott, you read UNH today like a glove, huh? UNH, amazing. Okay, guys, CRWV. Get into the partial area. I want to see if we can break on the break of 118. Yeah, the VWAP is around 1840, so I can wait around 20, 30, something like this. I want to see another kick. Somebody took the CRWV, guys. Good. Good, Jay. Sarah's still kicking something. Yeah. I'm out of Tesla. You know, the last 1.8 was a good trade. Market looks good. We need the next candle to see if we can break the VWAP, but market looking good, and I see that the stock is following. This is why I'm not taking some profit in CRWV. Scott,
Well,
your UNH?
Yeah, UNH is killing it for me here. I was on a phone call and I was just looking at it to the side of my eye here.
Make
like,
another
thank
phone
goodness.
call, Scott.
Yeah, right. Need to stay on the phone all morning.
Yeah.
Watch this 750 on Cliff too, CLF.
Yeah. We took the CRWV. We had 116.20. Almost 2 points it did. I didn't succeed to take the partial yet. I'm still waiting. Okay, we did a retest kind of in CRWV. Trigger /9. Coming back pretty nice again. Dollar above. I want to see if we can break the previous low, which we need to break the 118. Yeah, the market now, I see the SPY is above the VWAP. QQQ. We need another minute something. Maybe we are even positive. CNS. Yeah, volume is coming, guys. CRWV. Okay. I see 95. Okay, we broke the 118. Boom. Now I want to see the bid. I want to see the bid going above. Okay, bid 118. Okay, we broke. Really good. Here it is, 118.20, 118.30, 118.20 on the bid. Perfect. That's exactly. Okay. Taking partial here. 2 points on the ads. A little bit more from the early. Good. My stop, I'm raising it now under 116. Again, in this also definitely we need to take the option of let it grow. High of the day is like 7 points from there. It's 5 points, so who knows. If we handle the V up well, we can definitely go. Here it is, 118.70. Okay. We have 1 minute to finish these 2 minutes, and in 5 minutes we just finished the candle. So if we're gonna break 118.70, well, we can definitely get to the high, whatever.
Look at very good, Anita. Very nice. Watch CLF now at 750. Next target 760, and then beyond here.
I'm still have dreams on it on 799, 98.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, I have dreams, you know. Sometimes they say dream come true, so. $740, pretty good, pretty good. You can buy a really good night in hotel in Edinburgh in Scotland, really good dinner, and still have leftovers, you know, for the day after to do the same.
What were the hotel costs there? Was it cheap or expensive?
I think it's more expensive than US, but definitely it's not like something definitely radical. Yeah, you're not. You know, again, if you're not going, you know, you go to to 4 or 5 stars class. Some places, you know, along the trail, we spend, you know, in amazing, you know, you spend in a hotel from 1700, you know, a building from 1700, you know, the rooms, you know, a little bit smaller, but so much, atmosphere and attitude, which was amazing. You know, you go by, you know, crack wood stairs, you know, you go down to the bar in the hotel, so, you know, it's a beautiful places, but definitely in the big cities, you know, you go to really fancy ones and not expensive, yeah, no. No, very nice people, really. Really nice people. Lots of redheads, Scott, you know? Lots of redheads. You see a lot
Yeah.
of redhead, red beard and everything. Like,
Yeah.
they have a good gene of redhead. Okay, guys, here's CRWD. CRWV. 119. So almost 3 points on the ad. And yeah, it's an amazing stock. Amazing stock. CLF, it's a little bit annoying trade, no, Scott?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's slow but sure. Let's just
Yeah.
the volume is there. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's us.
So
I
I'm going to
don't know
hang in
what's
there
going
with the
on.
trade.
Yeah.
Well, CRWV, congratulations, Amir. Perfect trade for you.
Yeah.
UNH
Again,
moving down.
CRWV, guys, you just watch the pre-market. You just put and see what's happened today and the levels when the low of the day, exactly on the close of Friday, and the 114.50 was good support from the pre-market. Again, this is also technical trades.
Yeah, we're just sitting there around that 750. Not good, but not bad.
I raised my stop under 730 right now, Scott, in CLF. So,
mRNA starting to go now too. I just have that sneaky feeling, Anita, that if I come out of CLF now, it's gonna turn and burn to the upside. Have FOMO. Yep. UNH pulling right back down now. Interesting. Market's kind of moving to the upside now, and you're getting a pullback on UNH. Got 3 winning trades, 1 losing trade right now. right past the 311 is where I took it out. Yep, on UNH. That was nice. 3-point trade. And I think you may get it again here. You may get it again.
I have an idea, and CRWV above 119.80. I'm going to add more. I already took a portion. I'm going to add more. $1.50 for that. Same stop that I had previously. I think the potential there is pretty good. If we have support of the VWAP.
Okay, no real reason to get rid of the CLF trade because it's still gearing up here to go. So I'm going to hold on to this. Super run on CRWV.
I'm shorting my stop on the add-on CRWV for a point, so 119.80. Still the trigger.
Maybe DVG made all his money this morning and took off. I don't know. Come on, CLF. What's the high candle here that we're dealing with? Move Tesla out of here. Boom, what is that? 52, 52, 52. So you got to get over 52. And then we should crack. Come on, UNH. Now, I'm going to hold on to this UNH trade for the week. I think depends on how we finish today, but it looks fine to me. Come on. I guess the best thing to do would be that VWAP line on CLF. Awesome, Darren. That's a 3-0 start today. Yep. Take care. Have a great rest of your day, bud. Okay, I'm going to come out of the Cliff trade, CLF. I'm done with the trade, out all shares, CLF. Just going to try to tidy some things up here. I want to take one more trade. Not sure where that is, if it's mRNA or the CRWV on a pullback here. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go, I'll probably just go long UNH again and try to add to it. Okay. Okay, so I'll post this here. I'll post another UNH trade. And I'm just really trading around what I have here. This will be at 309 long. Okay.
I have CLF last portion under 730 out, and I'm raising stop in CRWV under 118. That's all I have. Scott, look at APLD. You remember I told you it's just sell, sell, sell.
Uh-huh.
Look at this. Guts, broke the 9, consolidation 9, from
Let's see.
9 to 9.
APLD.
APLD, again, the same sector as CLF.
Yeah.
So from 9 to 10.
Wow. Yeah.
When we struggle with 30 cents in CLF,
Yep.
APLD did amazing job. I had to put the chart in front of me. Yeah.
I'll be watching this UNH trade now for the 309 entry. Yeah, when it dropped below that 740, I'm like, I don't trust it right now. So, move out of the way, let it do its thing.
Okay, so the second ad, I lost there, half position. Okay, 120 in CRWV, add again, dollar stop. 120. Okay, broke it. Earlier, I didn't want to wait it. I got like 119.80 because I thought my game plan was that if it's breaking that, it's going to break the round number, which shows nothing and was wrong. But then I had a stop for that. Now I'm adding it again. 120. Okay. So now it's in the money, looking good.
Yeah, about $1 to go on the UNH trade, sure.
CLF got 730. I have a stop at 729. Yeah. The game plan before the ad was the VWAP area. So 118.30, I had an order, I told you, under the VWAP. And then I add 119.80 dollar stop. But I had half position, so I had half and got to my stop. I got out, but then I add again above 120 with dollar stop. Now I'm raising my entire stop to 118.50, under 118.50. High of the day, 123.66. good relative volume came in CRWV, but I want to see a continuous, which Scott, your UNH start to show negativity
Yeah, I know, right?
under the view up under the 9. Yeah.
Nobody there to
307.
prop it up, really.
Yeah. 307.50. If it's breaking that, it can go down. Okay, I'm out of CLF. Was profitable trade, but nothing really to tell about. Only stock I am in is CRWV.
Don't forget today at 1 o'clock, we've got Fed speaking today. I don't know if that'll do anything for the market. UNH, no trade. CRWB pulling back now. Again, that would be another one I'd be looking at. Yeah, mRNA, what are you thinking? 27? Yeah, it's right there. That gets you above the VWAP, right?
I'm flat, no trades. Um,
I don't think so. Oh, wait, I'll give it about 15 more minutes and I'm going to be done for the day.
Scott, look at the one that I did trade at the beginning of the day, LYRA over 31. We can give it like a dollar stop.
Let's see, LYRA, that's the one that was up a bunch today.
Yeah. Look at this. If it's breaking 31 above the VWAP, it's not really a technical, but the dollar is just, save me not to get out immediately, but, my perspective is if it's break that level, it's pretty open until the high, which is 37.50.
Yeah, and above the VWAP too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's the game plan in this kind of trade. Probably it's going to be my last one.
Yeah, LYRA is right there. I mean, decent volume still.
Yeah, everything is there, Scott. It depends if they go on trick us or not. Everything is there. Um, didn't break the 9 EMA today. Broke the VWAP support in the 9, come back to the VWAP. So
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking of right now is the. I don't think I'm going to join on this LYRA trade, but I am going to look at the UNH trade. I'll put the LYRA trade on here. I think I'll stick here for about 10 more minutes, unless something cracks here on UNH. Yeah, I don't see us moving anywhere. Okay, I'm going to call it a day. Amir, I hope to see you this week again. Always great
yeah,
to trade
probably in
with you.
about not tomorrow. I have some mentoring, but the day after I'm going to be here on Thursday. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. All right, traders, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a green day for me here today. 3 winning trades, 2 losing trades. The winning trades were pretty enormous, right? 2 of them on the UNH trade alone, which was fantastic. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you to Clifton, to DVG, for the rest of the team, Aggie. I will see you then. Everybody have a great night tonight. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you tomorrow morning here in the 44 Trading Room. Thank you, everybody on YouTube, for joining us, and looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Take care.
Bye,
Good night.
Scott. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Amir, bud.
Mo, for your question, I'm watching it. It broke the view up with a good volume and everything, but I needed another bar or something. It was almost like if you go back to what's time, 8:44, got like 3 candles and then it broke down. Um, what I want to see is maybe if we could get to maybe another 20 cents or something towards the viewer back, and I see another one I'm gonna buy. I just can't buy it right now. It's not formation. It's just, but I'm watching it definitely. Only trade I am is LYRA, and I'm watching DKNG. Yeah, it was one of my candidates, and didn't trade it yet. I'm gonna be here another few minutes. I just wanna see the LYRA. So if you have any question like MD ask, definitely feel free, guys. Not here every day, but if you are and have something, definitely I can answer you. LYRA broke the stop, so it didn't succeed. DKNG, you know what? I'm done for today, guys. Thank you. If you have any question, that's the time. If not, thank you very much. If you have any question, this is my email. Feel free to write. Thank you, guys.
Jerome Powell coming up here in about 20 minutes. Keeping an eye on markets. They're literally poised to move higher as we speak. That said, I'm cautiously optimistic, noting that inflation's kind of been in check, down at 2.3%, heading in that direction of where the Fed wants to be. That said, we talked a little bit about the bond markets. It's important to note what we've been seeing. Obviously, Japan, China, big holders in the bond market, and we've seen quite a bit of selling. So the only reason I'm seeing some of these higher long-term interest rates moving a little bit lower, this is not financial advice, just an opinion, and why I'm kind of keeping an eye on these levels. We're almost like double, even triple topping here. So we might see a little push a little bit higher and then maybe a retreat if as we get into this Jerome Powell discussion. I think people are feeling cautiously optimistic as well. We've seen some big moves today in the chip sector. No big surprise there. Also, if you keep an eye on Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, those will be the names to watch depending on what Jerome Powell has to say. I'm currently short on the SPY, the Qs, and Goldman Sachs. And if we do push higher, that's fine. I've got some options there. And keeping an eye on Google. Sounds like they settled for $500 million over the next 10 years to get into compliance over their competitive processes, etc. Also keeping an eye on NUE based on the 50% hike in tariffs for steel. Could be an interesting area here at this 118. Maybe we pull back to 115, 116. So I might be interested to buy there. Yeah, collectively, just again, a little concerned what Jerome Powell might say. So we'll keep a close ear on that coming up here in about 20 minutes. And again, markets might initially spike higher and then move lower. I always say, like, typically the first move is not the real move, or it might move lower to then push higher. So we'll keep an eye on that. Worth noting, we are literally like standing at the starting line for a lot of these moves. You know, we see NVIDIA holding that 137. We see Palantir moving back up after, strong all-time high today. We know Microsoft 462 is a big level, so is 460. So they're holding at 460, almost 461 right now. CEG was the trade I missed today. I wanted to get in there right around the close, 306. I missed it, unfortunately, to go long. I think there's going to be a heavier push in energy creation, specifically nuclear energy. So keeping an eye on names like SMR, CEG, VST as well. That said, I think tech has an opportunity to pull back a bit here. Worth noting in the last couple months, we've rallied to 20% in call it a month or so. A little bit of a retreat would be healthy, but I also get there's a lot of people still up at, let's say, for example, in Tesla up in the 400s. So anything is viable right now. It's definitely volatility is going to be likely peaking here, not peaking, but coming up here in about 15 minutes. How many folks do we have here in the 44 Trading Nation? Yeah, no problem, Steve. Yeah, actually, I took a couple trades this morning. I kind of shorted the peak here, made some money, and then I had to take off for a little bit. And then I put in a position when we saw a little over 189, almost 190 or 590, sorry, on the SPY. Just grabbed some, at the money put options. So I'm holding on to them right now. I'm a little red on them, but they're just kind of dancing around, so I'm not too worried about it. But I definitely think that, no one's talking about the bond market enough right now, which is a little concerning. But if you guys remember, back when we were talking about the Wyckoff distribution, what was that, 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago? Similar nature in the sense that when everything is going up, rates are going up, equities are going up, bonds are going up, that's usually a sign that one of them has to lose. Which one is it? I don't know. Now, if you take a look at the dollar, we're seeing a weaker dollar, right? Which is great if you have low rates. But if you have a weak dollar and high rates, that's not a good thing, because that's not basically borrowing your way out of the problem is kind of the key to having, low dollar index, paired with low rates, that's, you can usually, you know, we saw it during COVID, we saw it during, you know, that whole rally. However, you know, cash-rich companies right now are probably doing well, but with the tariffs, that's the question mark. Apple is a perfect example, right? So Apple building in India, great, but that's not really what the Trump administration wants. They want them to build here in the U.S., so they switched gears and, you know, decided to invest whatever $500 billion over a course of X period of time. But think about that. Like, supply chains have to be shifted. So these names might be midterm to long-term kind of not in jeopardy, but just kind of hold, right? And just move sideways. So maybe, you know, let's say, for example, use Apple, maybe move up and down 10 points in the next 6 to 8 months, who knows? So I think we're due for a little bit more sideways action before a decision's made, because there's still, I hate to use the word uncertainty because everybody's using it, but people are just, how do you forecast when you don't know what tariffs are going to be? One day they're 10%, next day they're 25%, next day they're 50%. So there's question marks, right? Especially, like, say, for example, steel, like what's impacted downstream? Obviously the Nippon deal is going to go through, which is fine for US steel, but then it became a creative way for other countries, namely China, to try to bypass it. So Trump nailed it for 50% tariff. Like, no one saw it coming. So again, we saw those names like NUE and was it LFG? I think it was. No, LGF, I think it was. Nope, can't find it now. I'll find it. Anyways, so again, my bias is a little bit more of like a pullback just into some of this uncertainty and then rip. If Jerome Powell comes out and he's, you know, I'd say bullish on a rate cut, which I don't know, he's still not at 2%. So definitely trade cautious here. Hey, Steve, Jeff, what's up? Dan, Paul, right on. Your short Palantir 132.20. Well, the trouble is it's putting in all-time highs, Jeff. So on the one hand, while I'm kind of with you, I actually went long Palantir early in the morning and then a new all-time high. I started taking some partials. Didn't make a ton of money. I think I made less than a point, like maybe 60 cents. Wasn't too happy about it. But, you know, overall, I think the big trade I had this morning was shorting the Qs. A nice chunk of change doing that. And then Google, you know, I think I may want to short it here. The big number there is call it over 172. 172, 172.50, I think will kind of break this downtrend. So if it starts to move above there, you know, maybe it should move long. But if it starts breaking down lower, I'll be first to probably jump in that and short it. Is one of the weaker names in that Mag 7 space, along with Tesla, which Tesla's dangerous. 337 was a big level for Tesla for whatever reason, just some random number, but for whatever reason, there's a lot of people stepping up at 337. Has room up to 342.60 is kind of where I have it. But, you know, if we decide to push higher, those are kind of some of the names I'm looking at. With Palantir, look, great business model. They have multi-year deals with the government. That government contract, excuse me, is now expanding to what exactly? We don't know. You know, obviously they can't disclose that. But all that to say, their revenue and their margins are just going to keep getting better and better. So I think there's a bit of optimism in Palantir. Are there people going to be selling into that, taking profit? Of course. You know, it's just dangerous, you know, because you're putting in all-time highs. And we're on the precipice of some announcement here from Jerome Powell. I would be cautious, you know, manage your stops. Cue the disclaimer, Jeff. Your money. You're a great trader, so do what you got to do. But I am looking at like CEG maybe for a long-term hold. We'll see. I did have a swing from last week on Yang, which I ended up closing out this morning. Thought we would push a little bit higher. Saw a little bit of I was excited actually pre-market because I saw the Hang Seng move incredibly lower, and then it bounced, it rallied back. So what can you do? You win some, you lose some. So yeah, overall though, let's keep a real close eye on this. I normally would trade a 5-minute here, but I'm going down to 1 minute in the afternoon session just because I want to see a better eye on some of this price action, because we'll probably see some big bulk buy or sell orders come in here pretty soon. Anyway, I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, so what are we watching, Jeff? It sounds like you're short on here. What else? I'm keeping an eye on ABGO right now. It's at a big level. They report in 3 days. You know, nice sympathy play, good earnings from NVIDIA, so ABGO naturally moved. I'm looking at the 170 put options right now on Google. They're about $1.96. Maybe in 2 more minutes, depending on where they're at. I'll probably get in a couple. Meanwhile, Qs are moving higher. SPY's moving higher. Okay, make no mistake. Bulls are in control. But they start selling, it'll be quick. I do think we have a capacity to be, you know, up or down 1% from here. So that's a pretty minor pullback in the grand scheme of things. Cue the disclaimer. Meanwhile, Boeing pushing up at 210 now again. Big level for Boeing's gonna be at 212. We got close to 1165 today, but 212.28 last 12-month high. And we get above that, I think that thing can really start to move. Growing tensions in Ukraine, the new fighter jet that they got, new orders, more production, and all of it's pretty good news. Only trouble there is, are consumers willing to travel more now? Question mark. So again, right now on my screen, I've got NUE, CEG, Google, and about 8 others, including the SPY and the Qs, just keeping an eye on things. VST would have been a great trade as well today that I missed, unfortunately. Steve, Airbnb, okay. Yeah, kind of back to that same sentiment of our consumers going to be willing to travel as much. And didn't they report recently, or they had something come out where they just tanked? I think it was Friday, Thursday. I forget what it was. Can't remember off the top of my head. Bad earnings, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, a name that might be interesting for me as a swing trade is Nike. That could be interesting. It's $60. You know what I mean? I think it's relatively inexpensive. Definitely some decent news this morning in biotech names. I know Scott and me were talking a little bit about LYRA or Lyra Therapeutics after their 50-to-1 split moved pretty significantly. Relatively inexpensive stock that became, what was it? I think this morning 500% up. So yeah, no doubt people are. If you're 50-to-1 and you see a 500% return, a week later, I'm pretty sure some people will probably take some of that money, right? All right, let's get ready here. I'll look at. We got a lot of news. A lot of news this week. Fed heads. Goolsby's speaking right now. See if we can get Jerome Powell on the microphone. I don't know if you guys remember, he would be like, hello, markets would drop like 4%. You're like, whoa, especially like Bitcoin. I'm sure you guys have seen probably some of those videos. Yeah, everything looking like it wants to push higher, which is why I'm cautiously optimistic for the inverse to happen. We're putting in what looks to be maybe a triple top. Maybe we get a little bit of a push and then sell it and see sellers into that. We'll see. This is kind of a moment where you want to be on the right side of the trade. So I'm just sitting on my hands. I've got a couple of these put options, like I said, which I'm not too worried about it. Couple $100 red right now. Obviously, if it starts to take off, I'll just get out of them, but happy to add. All right, I'm going to grab some of these put options here on Google. $1.95 right now. The 170 strike Friday. I think Paul, you like to play those options. About a minute away. If I start seeing this really just blow up and move to the upside, then yeah, I'm dump them. I'm not going to hang on to them. I just think with the antitrust stuff that's happening at Google, it's definitely one of the weaker movers. Right now, it is sitting above the VWAP, above the 200, but it is in a downtrend. Second day, this could be a double bottom where we reverse and move higher, and that's the only concern I have. But if we break this low, I'm looking at $162 by the end of the week, probably. If we break the low, big if. That could be a nice trade. The risk there, you figure what, maybe, I don't know, $400, $300 to make potentially 10 grand. It's not a bad deal. Maybe it's a little more, $600, depending on the spread. We'll see. Normally I'd put together like a spread there, but because this is like a one-way trip right now coming up, I'm just using that. Chair Powell didn't comment on monetary policy. Interesting. Also, maybe keeping an eye on coin. Goolsby thinks rates could come down over the next 12 to 18 months. Okay. Cue the disclaimer, obviously, but if you are long, maybe a good time to make some partials if you haven't already. All right, keep an eye on E here and EG. Coin could be interesting for both directions. It's right at the close. BA looks healthy, though. Tempted to go long. BA. 209. Okay, there's the push on the keys and the SPY. It would logically make sense for the SPY to want 592. If we go any higher here, like 591, I'll dump the SPY puts. 591. Dow's still in the red today. Okay, here we go. Palantir is off to the races, man. Look at it go. Meta actually made it to 660 today. That's big. I actually might, what did I put options on that? It's getting, 740 was all-time high, but 660 is a big level. So I may, let's do that. 660. Cleveland Cliffs, that's the name of the other one that I was trying to keep an eye on. $660s are, geez, $7? What? What do I do here? Let's do this. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. I'll wait. A lot of times people are like, why would you short if market's moving higher? It's not moving high enough fast enough. I mean, the fact that every sell-off has been bought is pretty wild, but there's going to be a point where that doesn't happen anymore. Right now, we're trying to stair step higher on the Qs and the SPY. It only takes one big seller, I suppose. I do think the bill gets passed, obviously with some edits. Again, just an opinion. Surprisingly, not a whole lot right now. I think, frankly, because Jerome Powell opened up with, "I will not talk about monetary policy," and yet markets move higher. Interesting. Okay, $7. Let's start with two of them. Meta 660 strike, Friday expiration. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember was it Friday? I think it was Friday. It's like, yeah, I have a feeling we're going to move lower. We just like tanked, and then it got bought up, right? And I think some of that was around some of that uncertainty, and then of course Trump got on stage and I guess put everybody at ease. But it's just interesting, right? I mean, a lot of this is headline driven. You can take a look at some of the earnings. The earnings have been pretty good for a lot of the big companies that have reported recently. But the PE ratios are still pretty high. We're back at levels that, near all-time highs. And I think some of that optimism is coming from a weakened dollar. So a weak dollar means inflation. And if what I think is happening is really happening, which is you've got other countries selling into our bond market, and then magically the rates are coming lower, it's not because other people are buying, it's that it forces the Fed into a kind of a predicament. Do we buy our own bonds to keep rates low? Question one. Question two is, do we lower rates that will increase inflation? That's question two. And if you do an assortment of both of those, either one is inflationary. If we buy more bonds as a country, our own bonds, that is more inflationary, and it weakens the dollar. But in effect, you get rates below 5%. And I think the concern there was if you get over 5%, typically that's where rates start to take off, like break out to the upside, which is not what we want. Because at this point, we're trying to refinance our debt, and it's a big number. It's a big number. So again, still pretty slow. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Jerome Powell didn't mention anything, or that he said he wouldn't comment on it, on monetary policy. Notice you got Microsoft at 462. We know that's a big level. Down $80 right now on these Meta. I only have two of them. It's not a big deal. But if we start breaking lower, I'll add like 20. Or make it a round number, I'll add like 18. So I have 20 total. Yeah, no shares, no positions at the moment. Not at the moment. Looking at NUE and BA. I like this push over 210 right now. So might go for it here. Okay, we're in. 210.18, BA. You guys can hear me, right? Q's just put in a new session high along with the SPY. I'll hang on just a little bit longer on these put options for the Qs and the SPY. I don't really mind though, because I got in, made some money on it already. So these are just like the runners. Done $86 on those Q put options, but we made like, I don't know, $3,800 on them. So I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, right now 517.50 is the bottom end of seller's range that you want to see for bulls to remain in control. Obviously, we're way above that, 521 right now on the Qs. So bulls in full control. I'm going to add to these put options on Google. And then maybe another 3 on Meta here in a bit if we pull back. Here comes BA, very nice. I'm going to add. Like to see a push over 212. It should break out. And if we see that, we might see a rotation. I was actually watching Lily today as well. I forget who is it. Is it Darren, maybe? I want to say. Likes Lily. And I know Scott was trading UNH today. Huge move and then big pullback down to 303. Through 315 is the big push breakout number for UNH. 310 was a big level. Got the 312. I don't know if you guys remember. I'm like, yeah, I'm probably see some selling up there. I think we got to what, 313 today? Yeah, 313 and a half. Goolsby saying a little gun shy that tariffs will be transitory. Okay. Let's look at Palantir again. You guys notice Microsoft just hit 462.06. See what it does there. PLTR, why not? There's your shot now, Jeff. Yeah. There's your shot. That's what you're looking for. I need BA to break out. Everything else I'm in puts pretty much. Qs, SPY, Meta, Goog. I'd like NUE maybe to the upside. I just don't like the volume, so I won't touch it right now. But BA, we just had some massive, big order blocks show up on BA probably in the last 30 minutes, 15 minutes. So let's see if we can get the push. Again, over 212, I think it's 212.35, is that right? 212.28 will be the 12-month high on BA. So I'm buying near the peak, but looking to see if we actually get a breakout. Be amazing if we did, but we need markets to cooperate. And if it doesn't, good news. We've got plenty of puts to protect us if we do end up aiming lower. What would be horrible is BA tanks and all of tech goes higher. that would be terrible. Jeff, here goes your move on Palantir. You should get your break here. Yeah, not a whole lot of movement. I was surprised, but I don't know. I think this was an opportunity for people to sell, and Billsby's now saying PCE inflation print may have been less than pre-tariff impact. Okay. Okay, feeling okay on the Qs and the SPY puts. I may add. I don't want to add to a losing trade, so I'll wait for a little bit. But and then the Goog trade right now, we're up, guys, a whopping 3 cents. Get it. Under 664 Meta, which is literally 2 sellers away. I'll add to my put options here. So the only reason, guys, is levels. That's all it is. Like if you're looking at technicals and looking at lines, higher high, higher low, all that stuff. When we talked about this is we're in the Super Bowl. This is what we're talking about. Like what you may have used strategy X, Y, or Z previously is not necessarily the only strategy that'll work. And you have to be audible ready, And right now what I'm seeing is a lot of these levels are being respected or rejected and holding pretty sharply. So when I see these levels either get, met or barely breached and then see a sell-off, I'm not really that surprised. In fact, Tesla was the perfect example on Friday, which was one that I was looking to short at 36223. That was the short area that I wanted to get to. What did it put in a high of session? I think at 363 and change or something like that. But that's like the high end of the channel, and the low end of the channel is 34266. Well, we did that pre-market, then we held it at the open, pushed higher. As soon as we broke that level, it's done nothing but go down. So again, it's just watching these levels for me. If you're curious about levels, just cue the disclaimer. But mark up your charts where you see confluence in multiple time frames. That's the deal. Many of you guys already know how to do that, but if you would want, 15-minute, we'll call it a stock pop-up. I don't know what you guys want to call it. We could do that. And I want to talk a bit about bonds. The trouble is, like last week, I was planning on doing that with you guys. And the trouble is like, it was very relevant for a moment in time. And then it wasn't that relevant. And I think it's now even more concerning because no one was talking about it. And for long-term yields to come down while short-term yields go up, that's usually not a good thing. No one's talking about it. So, and as day traders, it's important for us to know, again, it's to know that that's there, like in your peripheral. I use racing as an analogy. It's good to know who's in your rearview mirror, who's in your side mirrors, and who's in front of you. And even if you're in first place, it's still good to know all that information, whether you're catching up to the person in last place or someone's behind you. It's good to have peripheral vision no matter what, and knowing stuff like what's happening in the bond market, what's happening in certain equities. It's kind of breaking things down from a macro level to a fundamental level to a technical level. And then where's that confluence, right? Is it around fundamentals and technicals? Is it around fundamentals and macros? Is it around macros and maybe sector, perhaps, right? Like if you keep an eye on SMH has been moving higher, and you look at all the tech names, chip names, they're all moving higher for the most part. NVIDIA kind of slowing down a little bit. Why? Well, maybe people have enough of NVIDIA right now, and they're just adding to their book with AVGO, MU, AMD, ASML, right? It's just important to note when I say sector, like know who's in that sector. Like, for example, when I saw the tariffs hit for steel, if you type in X, you'll see it kind of moved, but not that much. But you look more broadly, again, Nucor is a big one. I'm actually looking at Albemarle. The only trouble with Albemarle is they're out of Australia predominantly, but it's down to $54. I might be interested to buy and hold it here for a while. I don't know. So I'm keeping an eye on Albemarle. Trouble being obviously with tariffs, unknown, uncertain, being that their majority of their stuff is overseas. Could be interesting, right? Here comes BA, by the way. I'll add here if we get over this little peak. In anticipation, I'll add actually now. There we go. And if it doesn't break out, I'll dump it. One-way trip. Not looking to hang on to this forever. Yeah, these are, I mean, this is kind of what I don't want to see. So I may just put a cup of tea on. And just keep an eye on stuff. Looks like I'm going to probably give some back here on this meta trade, which is fine. Down about 180 bucks. I'll wait. It's seen the Qs slow down, but meta's breaking out. So is that just a push for a sell-off? I don't know yet. But if it continues anymore, I'll probably just dump it. What else? What are you guys looking at? What are you guys working on? Anybody? Let's see. Qs. I like this move. I'm gonna add some more here. And same with the SPY. Okay, I don't like adding the losing traders or losing trades rather. That'll just move my dollar cost up because I started with a small amount, knowing I'd add if we started moving in favor. And I do like this move right now. And if we break below the 55 SMA, I feel a little more confident that we'll get back to the VWAP. So right now we just bounced off of it, which is fine. But I did say I thought we'd probably trade more or less sideways today. You could argue that we moved higher, but if you look at our channel for the day, we're right at pretty close to Friday's highs. So we're just sideways. So do we pull back now and then we pop back up and then we pull back and then we pop up? I mean, we'll probably see a lot more of that until we see a distinct move. So this will be more of a stock pickers market, in my opinion. Names like BA, obviously, everything right now is pointing good for BA. Better production, better margins, military contracts potentially expanding. So all that's like good stuff. And you see the movement. Palantir, same thing. Meta, I think, is just overpriced. That's personal. You guys know how I feel about that. And if I take a little bit of a haircut on it, that's okay. But always have a stop in mind, guys. That's the game. To be profitable in this business, you have to become an incredibly good loser. You lose $300, who cares? You can recover from that. You lose $3,000, depending on your account size, that could be devastating, right? Let me ask the question: How many of you try to justify holding on to a losing trade, or have you ever? I know the answer should be yes, but have you ever? Be honest. Nobody? Way too often, Jeff? Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the honesty. Yeah, I mean, every trade that we put on, guys, too many times, Paul, yep. It happens, right? But to become a profitable trader in this business, like, you have to have a stop in your mind. So I always say it this way. Like, if, let's just say, for example, I'm willing to make $100. We'll just use a round number. I'm going to make $100 on a trade. For me to be profitable, how much should I be willing to lose? It's kind of a trick question, but and I'm using options specifically in mind because they'll typically move at 10-cent increments if you're doing, some of these big Mag 7 type names. Jeff, you're saying 1-to-1. Paul, you're saying $50, so 50%. Interesting. Okay. So the trouble is, you lose 50% on a trade, you got to make 100% of it back to be profitable or break even, basically. So for me, it's usually like 30 bucks, let's just say, if you're using options. Now, if it's a trade, I'm pretty good about putting in a stop, whether it's in a region, a zone, or a hard stop. And that's the key. So let's say, for example, a lot of times people are like, oh man, they feel like they're stop loss hunting. Well, it's probably because you put your stop loss at a level that would make sense where everybody else has their stop loss, maybe at the bottom of a move. So everybody else has their stop there. And if it gets to that level, it punches through that level and then bounces back through. So you didn't give yourself enough leeway. But moral of the story is there should be, every trade that you take, a stop loss, a target, and then somewhere in between that, a partial, ideally. Or, I don't know if you guys have heard me trade. If I'm in a losing position, I'll trim my position. So I won't get rid of the position per se, but if it's like, maybe I've got, 100 shares versus 50 shares, I may dump 50 of them just to keep the position, but mitigate my downside. And it's okay to do that as long as you have a plan. So I find way too often, I was actually mentoring someone, that they're like, no, the market should go down, so I'm going to get in here. And then the market goes higher and then it goes down. Like, we'll see what happened there. I got stopped out and I was right. And it's like, well, no, you were wrong because your entry was off and your stop loss was off. So a fun practice sometimes, if you're patient, is to try to, and I'm guilty of this too, I'm trying to do it more often, is put your entry in where your stop loss would be. And watch how often that gets filled. And sometimes it's difficult. It's like, oh man, I missed it and went, higher. Like CEG for me today. I was watching CEG. That was like my big trade that I wanted today, and it was right at 306.15, basically the close. I want to see it. I call it the needle and thread. That's not the real name for it, but you call it a retest, whatever the heck you want. But basically, break through the level, and then you come back through that level. So once I saw it break through, I'm like, oh, cool, maybe I'll get my entry. Well, then I was messing around with something else, and I had to take off. So, but that was the trade of the day for me that I missed, and my target was around 311. So that means that I get in at 306, probably take a partial around 308, 309, and then let it get to 311, take more off, and then let it run, right? So anyway, I share that because, here's the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, do whatever you want, it's your money. But part of this business is to have that plan. And I say it's a business because it's a business. The difference is your product and service is money, which is the one that most people get scared of, right? If you're holding 50 shirts, you don't really care, even though you spent, $20 per shirt, do the math, right? You may not value that shirt as much as if it was a stack of 20s in your hand, right? So, $50, okay. Just like when I wait for you to get stopped at Apple, then I short it. Yeah, exactly, Jeff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, no, but you're exactly right. I mean, sometimes if you our job is to find patterns as day traders. And a lot of what we're doing, especially if you're trading, sub week, sub day, year even, like we're fractal traders. So we're trading these fractal movements, that's what I call it. I chase points. You know what I mean? Like if I get 3 points off of a move on the Qs or the SPY, I made 6 points collectively. That's a good day for me. Meta, by the way, we're dumping these put options. Took a little bit of haircut there, a couple $100. It's all right. Bye-bye. But yeah, in the meantime, like these put options on Google, just kind of flat. Using the SPY, I'm feeling okay about. Watching NUE, I want to see 115 and what it does there. Maybe 116. This BA trade is just whatever, kind of waffling around. Thought we'd get a push by now, but you're not looking at Palantir for a long? Oh, okay. Well, you may get a push down to VWAP now, and hope it holds. Give the disclaimer, of course. Yeah, look at CG bounced perfectly out to 200 and the VWAP and moved higher. I mean, but I'm not gonna buy it at 310 to make 2 points. The spread on it's 36 cents. So by the time you get filled, you're off by, $1.50. Come on, BA, let's go. I want to see one big breakout. Coin is down, huh? Bitcoin, rather. All right, need to see a breakout on BA like now, or I will trim this position. Trim different than a partial. If I see a rejection right now on the SPY and the Qs, guys, I'm loading it. Loading it. Seeing it here on Google now. Feeling okay about Google. I won't add, but Yeah, what made you switch gears on Palantir? Just curious. Are you in long, or are you looking for an entry? Getting ready to add on the SPY and the Qs here. I want to see a big seller rock up. Tesla now getting a push. Here comes BA. Let's go, baby. All-time or 1 year highs. Let's go. Break out over that 212. It'd be a nice trade for me. Everything else I had short. Everything. Except BA. Just took a scalp filter. 40 cents? Okay. Cool. Jeff, you must be, if you're taking 40 cents, what are you doing, like 1,000 shares or something? 500 shares? Spending like $400 on that move, or sizing wise, like, are you 100, 200, 500? You don't have to share that if you don't want to, but I'm just curious because, yeah, okay. I'm up on this BA trade now, but I want to see a breakout over 212. So if I'm wrong, that's okay. I'm looking for that breakout. So there's only one option, because I want to take a partial above there and then leave the rest to run, and then I'm protected essentially to the downside on the Qs, the SPY, Google. And we got ran over on Meta, which is fine. Yeah, I remember when I first started trading, I used to have like a daily goal, right? Like, oh, hey, I want to make $100 a day, whatever it was, right? And for a while that seemed to work, but then you kind of get in your head a little bit, like, oh man, I got to take a trade to get that number, right? Versus look for the setups that you feel okay about, look for the risk that you feel better about, and then, let the trade play out. Again, for this BA trade, I could easily lose this trade, easily. Stop is at 209.06. I could lose a few $100 on it, but if it breaks out, I can make a nice chunk of change. Because like you could argue like, hey, you're up on the trade, why not take a partial? Because I'm not up on it enough for the amount that I put in. If that makes sense. All right, guys. Under 521, there it is on the Qs. Let me see if this continues. If we do, I'm going to load this thing. Get a break. Okay. Come on. Close under 521. Don't give me a candle like that. Next time I see a 520 print, I'm going to market order these things. Ready? Here we go. Come on. These round numbers, though, you see that? Every time you get around a round number, there's just a ton of buyers trying to protect that round number. But once those round numbers break, and it just goes to the next round number, 520. That breaks, 519. That breaks, so on and so forth. Getting ready to add here. SPY at the round number 590. Does it take off here? I've got my sell orders ready on these put options if we decide to just take off here. I don't like this steady hold here. Guys, BA now moving. Let's get over that 211. Really think I think I'm going to get it today over 212. If it does get over 212, that's a big trade for me. It's a big day for me, actually. You know, gave back a couple $100 here and there for some of these other trades using options. You know, I could argue Meta still looks okay. I might want to be interested in getting back in there, but it's just the options are too expensive. I mean, when they were $7, I thought they were too expensive. Now they're like $6.25, and I still think they're too expensive. Guys, here comes 211. BA, let's go. Anybody watching that? 211. Put the foot down. Let's go. Rip it. Super slow, man. Come on. All right, getting ready for the ad here. Spying the Qs. Basically, I'm watching the Qs. If the Qs get over 521 or under 521, I'm adding to both the SPY and the Qs. Let's go down. It's big if. Palantir looking good. Decent volume today, not a ton, but the fact that we're sideways on these indices, it's just showing me like we're having trouble, you know, bursting up to the 600 on SPY or up. Like there's a lot of money sitting at these levels from Liberation Day, if you remember. Go back to levels. Yeah. Markets look like they want to lift. No ad. No ad. Yeah, this is getting a little too slow. So I may just go away for a cup of tea, babysit these trades that I have now. Maybe give some money back. I don't know. Well, even so, for Google, like they have to put up 500 million over the next 10 years for compliance. They're bringing on an SVP for compliance and regulation. So I mean, 500 million for 10 years. That's 50 million a year. That's like I don't know. It's like nothing to Google, but it still could create some tension, which is why I'm short Google at the moment. But people could just say like, oh, no big deal. That just means they're going to be more compliant and they're going to have leadership to take place. Boom, takes off, and it gets back up to 172. And if it does that, I will be long gone. All right, I'll give it one more minute before I head out. What trades did you guys take today? Red or green, doesn't matter. Slow market, so you guys will humor me with some feedback. I like that move. Okay, that looks good. All right. Let's do it. I'm going to get ready to load the boat here on the queues. And we're adding. Need it to break now. I'm going to take some off this BA trade. Still have some size if we push higher, but I'm going to just take some off. You could argue it's a partial, but I'm counting on markets to move back now. And I'd like to see a big red candle. Big red candle would be awesome. Oh, right when I get a partial on BA, look, it just took off over 211. Oh, that sucks. Oh well, we still have some size. We'll just let it grow. On Goog, all right. Good luck to us. It's literally hanging out right at the 200 EMA. Like it's been holding that almost all day long. It's been holding that 200 EMA. So if it breaks that, maybe we see the VWAP. We break the VWAP, then maybe we see session lows. But I just don't know this $500 million thing they have to pay. I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. Who knows? Typically right now, I think any news is good news for stocks at the moment, just because bulls are in full control. But I am looking for a little bit of a turnaround on some of these names, and it may not happen. That's okay. Meantime, BA just covered every dollar that I lost on Meta, so I could care less about that. You know what I mean? That's kind of the beauty of having a plan. So, let's see. Jeff, you're up, then lost money on UNH long, and now small green day. All right, Jeff, right on. Yeah, it was a nasty turnaround, huh? Like popped up to 312. I think I talked about it. That was like right before I had to take off. Well, it was like, hey, yeah, I think 312 will receive some sellers. And then I think it pushed up like $1 and then just tanked like $10. It's brutal. That's the benefit though of some of those names that can move 10 points like that. Let's see. You see Google 167. Yeah, well, so if we break like the low of the day, so that it was like a double bottom. Basically, look at pre-market, we hit the low of Friday, pre-market, bounced, and then we opened and hit the low of Friday and bounced again. So if we break the low of the session today, I'm looking at 162. Again, it doesn't have to happen today. It'd be crazy if it did, but you figure it's already down 1.5%. So you're probably going to find some stability in this area, which is why, I don't like days like today because it's going to be likely an inside day. I mean, we are seeing a push higher, but I think we're going to close right around, break even, because we're up, 0.3% on the Qs and 0.08% on the SPY. Like we're basically haven't moved. You know what I mean? When you look more broadly, there's a few names that are up. You got Meta that's up, AVGO that's up, NVIDIA that's up. Everything else is either red or flat, more broadly in the markets. Yet the indices are, holding levels. So all that to say, I think there was some optimism coming into maybe Jerome Powell's going to say something about a rate cut or something. So this is where, again, not to have a self-fulfilling prophecy, you don't want to tell yourself reasons why a move's going to happen. But again, that peripheral vision I was talking about, this to me is like, okay, well, if I'm a big hedge fund, do I double down here and push markets higher? There's a group of them that will say yes. Or do I taper some of my position, take some profits, we'll still be up. We know that markets moved back to 517 today, 516. Like, we know that there's a 5-point buffer, 1% buffer in the market today, where people will buy that dip. So we know we can sell into that. You know what I mean? So it just depends on, you start thinking like a big fund manager, money manager, like that is how they're looking at it. And there's going to be some that are like, no, screw that. We need to double down and push this market higher so that we can get more, for our fund or for our investors or whatever. And you saw that in these pullbacks, right? All these pullbacks that keep getting bought up. That's, these fund managers that want either additional exposure that they don't have today in certain names, or in some cases they're forced. Right? Like, hey, you don't own enough coin. You have to buy X percentage of your fund has to be in coin. Why? It's part of S&P now. Anyway. All right. Well, I've got these positions on, y'all. I did trim up on BA. Did push to 211. So we'll let the rest run on it. I'll keep my stop the same, 209.06. I'm going to go make some tea. And I may not be back, but we'll see. We'll see. Finally broke 169. What do you mean, Steve? Oh, Jeff, yeah. Yeah, man, sorry to hear that. But so are you journaling stuff, Jeff, by the way? You do? Okay. So I'd be curious to see like what you enter in your journal today for that move. Not because you held too long, whatever, but like, did you get in and then, like, not to pick on you, man. So if you don't want to answer, that's cool. Just say like, hey, leave me alone. But like, did you enter and then immediately turn red, or did you held the trade, you went green, and you didn't take a partial? Like, help me understand how that trade turned red for you. Google should see a big seller coming up under 170. Let's see if it happens. By the way, I appreciate when y'all participate, because you got to imagine, I hear news in one ear, music in the other ear. Sometimes that music is another news channel, basically. For right now, like riding solo, it's like I'm talking into the abyss. So try to do my best to read the comments and stuff. Trouble is, you got 13,000 shares sitting at 170 right now on Google. So if we break that, it should be a pretty fast move to the downside. That's a lot of shares. 12,000 shares now. Yeah, there's 13,000 shares sitting at 170 on the dot for Google. So if we break that, we should see 169.50 pretty quickly. All right, cool, Jeff. Let me read this. I took UNH at 307. I was holding. When it dropped, I went on feelings that it was going to rebound. What was your stop? Probably like 2 points, maybe? Maybe 3? Were you buying it when it was on pullback, you mean? Or the second go around? Like around what time? 305? So you must have bought what, probably around 11:30-ish? Yep. So these slow markets, this is where you kind of have to let it just play out. So my Goog trade now working marvelously, specifically with puts. My Qs are now green. My SPY trade is now green. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, meta probably would have been green, but I don't know. I got out of that position. Now I would have still been red. Just looked at the option chain, but it's okay. So I'm not going to take partials yet because it's not enough of a move. Like I want to see Goog break the low of day. I want to see the remaining shares that I have running because I already trimmed up on BA. I want to see a new session high on BA. But obviously, if SPY is pulling back and Qs are pulling back, maybe it does that, maybe it doesn't. But higher probability that it doesn't, right? Which is fine. So effectively, like I'm risking my runners to essentially go to just under break even. So I'll give it a little wiggle room. So I'm going to move up my stop loss from 209.06, move a little bit higher so that I'm, not really exposed there. But if we start to break lower, then we should see my account get a lot more green and a lot quicker. And the trouble is, like right now, it's hard to say that we're going to like come crashing down because you've got all the names. Again, we're talking about Microsoft, right? 462, big level. 462, big level. 462, big level. What did we do today? 462.06. Pull back. Now we're at 460. So $2 move. But we know 460 is a big level. If it breaks 460, then it's 457, big level. And if you look at, again, if you're marking up charts, you'll know that. Those are the big levels. And if you look at what happened even like pre-market, et cetera, or during the movements of, I'm using that name, Microsoft, for example, where did we go? Our low of session, 456.89. So 10 cents, 11 cents, whatever. But if you know those are big levels, that could go like, hey, you know what? Let me see the bounce. And if it does, then I get in, make a couple points. Awesome. But like we are up near highs. So the propensity to move higher is definitely there. Let's make no mistake. Bulls are in control. They want to break out. They want to see markets move higher. It's fair to say. However, if you are on, again, hedge fund manager, there's those two camps. Do I hedge? Or do I double down? Do I hedge or do I double down? Anyways. Well, Jeff, I appreciate you sharing the story, man. Sorry to hear that. But hopefully in your journal, you're documenting not just the winning trades. Don't document the trades just for the sake of trades. Like if anything, I actually learn a lot more from my losing trades than I do my winning trades. Whether it's entry, whether it's exit, and I'm constantly trying to get better, constantly. And trust me, this is the business that if you're afraid of learning, you're in the wrong business because I learn something new every single day in this business and realize that I don't know a darn thing. And I've been doing this a long time. So anyways, well, I'm going to let these put options grow, especially on Goog. I want to see the low of session. If I see the low of session, I'll probably take some off. It's only what, like $1 away, maybe something like that. Point 168.6. Yeah, so it's a point away. So I'll let it grow at this point, and if it does, guys, massive day for me. We crushed it this morning on those put options on the Qs early on in the day. And this BA trade, working out pretty good. No complaints. No complaints. Well, let's see how this all plays out. You guys know for sure, I will be paying myself along the way. I don't like to end my day by giving money back. That's not how I roll. Because rule number one is what? Everybody? Anybody? Rule number one is gold star for somebody? Anybody? Nobody? Bingo. Oh, look at that. All of you at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. Jeff, you were the first one on, man. Heck yeah. Paul, thank you. Steve, yes. Pay yourself first, guys. This is a business. Remember that. It is a business, not a casino. It is a business. Goal is being able to show up tomorrow and do it all over again. If you want to take a couple swing trades, you want to mix it up, you want to get better and refine your skills, doing maybe options, whatever, like what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to grow my skills too. That's different, but you definitely need to have a stop loss in mind, and you definitely need to, trade responsibly, etc. It's your money. Do what you want. It's not financial advice. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome when one of two things: either this becomes supplemental income or your primary income. And it's great. Like, as you guys know, I'm trying to grow this community, frankly, so that this could take up majority of my time. You know, I've got other things I'm working on too, but it would be nice if I could devote more time to this. And in order to do that, we have to grow the channel. We have to grow the community. So with that, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for trading with me this afternoon. Again, kind of not a whole lot, but I kind of knew that even this morning. Part of the reason I even took a step away was, I saw this chop and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like getting in the undertow today. No thanks. So, the good news is we're on a couple good trades right now. We'll see how they play out. The school trade's working out beautifully. On these put options, we managed to add a few, and we are up a whopping 43 cents. No, 39 cents. Sorry. Not too bad. So we'll wait till the low of session. I'm watching the price action, watching the order flow. So far, so good. We'll probably see a little bit of bouncing around here. We saw it earlier today, right around whatever clock that is. What is that? 10:10 this morning. We saw some buyers in this area. It looks like they're kind of stepping out of the way. So maybe we'll get the low of session. If we do, congrats for those who took the trade. That's going to do it for me, y'all. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.